Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome once again to Mothership Poker. Of course, I always like to welcome all the non-human sentient creatures who may be out there watching us today, as well as any non-sentients who might just want to enjoy some poker action. So everyone's welcome here, no matter who you are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're playing some Unibets poker. We got the Comet Nano and the Dark Matter Nano running at the moment. Comet Nano is here. We have got a little bit less than a start stack, but we're doing okay. Also got the Dark Matter Nano, where we're also a little bit less than a start stack, but doing okay. We were in the Falling Star bounty. Got into a rather disgusting hand where we flopped trip nines on a 9 king queen board and got our entire stack in against somebody who had 10 jack. As you can guess, it did not turn out well for us at the end, and we're no longer playing the Falling Star bounty, unfortunately. That happened to us once before in a... no, actually, it's happened to us twice before. We fired 2 bullets in the Deep Impact today. On the first Deep Impact, we went down set over set, flop set over set. In the second bullet of the Deep Impact, we went down 2 pairs over 2 pairs when our Queen 5 got rivered by a Queen Jack that hit a Jack on the river. So yeah, it's been one of those days so far. We'll see how things go otherwise, but yeah. Oh no, I have more than a start stack. It's only 8,000 in the Comet. I thought it was 10,000 in the Comet for some reason. Weird. So I actually have more than a start stack. Sitting second of 15 in the Comet now. Nano. I was actually looking at the Dark Matter. Not Dark Matter Nano, the Dark Matter. I think I might jump into that one. It's a €10 buy-in, which would be a super high roller for my bankroll. I'm not going to jump into it today, but actually that's one of the ones I think I'm going to look at as one of my super high roller tournaments. It's a freeze-out, which is the kind I like. I enjoy the Dark Matter Nano format. So yeah, that might be one that I look at as a super high roller, or if I get €10 tickets to play. We'll jump into the Dwarf Star Nano coming up here in a few minutes as well, I think. I tried to register into a satellite to a €2 Unibet Open ticket, but it did not run, sadly. There is a 10 or a 6 qualifier to 6 €10 tickets later today. That's a €2 buy-in, and I have one, and you can multi-entry for 2 entries. So I was looking to get a second ticket to multi-entry that one. Guarantee myself, or try to guarantee myself a €5 ticket, or a €10 ticket. I'm sorry. I thought the Dwarf Star was starting up soon. Oh no, that's the Space Madness that starts up at this time. not seeing any other €2 tickets anywhere. Let's jump in a central flip. What the hell? What the hell? Let's jump in a central flip. I don't think that's going to give me the €2 ticket I want. I think it's only going to give me, oh, and it's the UK tour anyways, but. We'll play this ace queen a little slowly. Backdoor clubs now. We're definitely not going anywhere at this point. The turn could potentially change things, but we're definitely wanting to see another card. I wish we'd fast played that pre-flop now, but what are you going to do? I don't necessarily buy that he had a jack or even a piece of that board. He could be doing that on any number of ace rags that didn't hit that board, I think, but I can't necessarily do anything about it from where I was. Alrighty, I'm in the flip. I mean, the title's going to be totally wrong on this one, but oh, there's no title there. Okay, this is the UK flip, the UK tour flip that we're in, that I'm sure will be in very short and painful. Yep. Didn't even last a single hand. Didn't even make it through a single hand. Oh, of course I didn't. Cool. Well, we'll go back to the Comet for now. I mean, alrighty, so, I mean, admittedly, I was bluffing this whole time, but this is the most bizarre hand in the world. So I raised 3x pre-flop, get a call from the big blind. No huge surprise. They're going to defend pretty wide in these spots. 9, Jack 4, 2 spades, 1 heart on the board. I figure that's a good board for me to c-bet, so I c-bet. They flat call. Okay, cool, no problem. King of clubs. I could still. This is still a really good. This is really still good for me to be betting with king and a jack out there with me raising pre, even when it's blind on blind. The fact that I'm willing to raise should put me on a fairly strong hand a lot of the time. So I put out another bet, 3/4 bet. Figure, see who goes. Flat call, flat call. 10 of hearts comes on the 10 of hearts comes on the river. So I figure try a slightly smaller bet, see if that looks value-y and tries to get them off of the pot. Flat call. And they turn over queen 7 of hearts. Okay, I can see that you call that pre-flop. The hell are you doing? Making that call on the flop. You're calling my turn bet with a gut shot there. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you've just seen my cards and you know that I'm bluffing, it makes perfect sense. But I don't actually see how you play that hand that way otherwise. Oh well. All right, so we got an ace, a queen happening here that we put in a raise with, 3-bet with a pre-flop. We delayed our c-bet till the turn, and we get it through. This is on the common, of course. That last hand that I showed you was dark matter replay with on this table. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to pull some chips out of Picardo, assuming that we can get a hand where they don't suck the fuck out on. Because they're perfectly willing to put in a bunch of chips with no hand. So on a board and in a spot where their opponent could easily have much better hands than they have. So yeah. Going to be looking forward to pulling some chips out of Picardo's stack. Given that particular play and the size of their stack, it seems that they're the one that's just fucking sucking out today. So we might have to just bite the bullet and lose to them, but that's the way it's going to be. Good Lord. There you go. That's the perfect example of what I'm talking about. That's the exact same thing that happened with that player in my hand. And then against me, again, like there, they just effectively... Let me just verify what happened there. Yeah, they're just min betting when they've effectively rivered the nuts here. Yeah, check the flop. Min bet the turn when they turn the gut shot. Oh no, just flat called someone else's min bet when they turn the gut shot. And then it checked to them and they min bet with the river nuts. I mean, I think you'd want to get a little more value than that, but weird. River nuts with 3-6 for the record. Got base king in the Comet Nano. Oops, that was the wrong thing to turn off. That's what I wanted to turn off. There we go. We'll put in arrays with that. Raise and take, it's never a terrible result. It's never the best result, but it's never the worst one either. There could be many worse things happening to our chips. Yeah, so for now we're only playing 2 games. Probably jump in something more as more games open up. Probably jump in the Black Hole in 30 minutes. Black Hole Nano, that is, in 30 minutes. And probably jump in the Dwarf Star Nano later when it comes up as well. I might play the Odd Singularity here and there as well. Aces in the Comet Nano. It's a nice little spot. The raise in front of us. Let's put that up to 307. There's a 3-bet. Get a call from the button. And we flop top set. So I think we're going to pretend like that ace scares us and check back. I think I'm going to continue the deception on the turn with the hope that Carez fires here. I bet river always, obviously, but... So I think I want to make my river bet fairly small so it gets paid off, big enough so that I get actually some chips out of it. So something like 420, so a little bit less than half pot. Something like 420 sounds about right. And we don't get paid off with it, but maybe I should have gone a little smaller there. I don't know if maybe going bigger to make it look like a bluff is the way to go. Not really sure what the... Hey, Robert. How's it going? I'm hoping you can't expect a 10 high shove today, but you know, as long as somebody can guarantee me that it's going to get through, I suppose maybe we will do it. But yeah, no, that was probably not my best. It's probably not my finest hour. Almost certainly not my finest hour, actually. Thank you, and welcome to the stream. Always good to see you. Always good to have you hanging out with us. Just playing the Comet Nano and the Dark Matter Nano at the moment, but we will be adding some games as they come online. Top pair in the Comet Nano, and it was a limpy pot, so we're almost certainly going to have the best hand here most of the time. Even when Tarzan calls us here, I think Tarzan calls us with a lot of ace-x hands, with overcards, things like that. So I think we're still actually betting for value here with our pair of nines. And I think we continue to bet for value with our pair of nines. Get rid of the queen deuce. I am in last place in the dark matter nano at the moment, but I still have 35 big blinds, so it's not like I'm in terminal shape or anything. It's just a matter of finding the right spot to be able to get my chips in against any one of these loose players that play this dark matter game, and bless RNG that we get there and they don't. I like the 420 bet. I gotta admit, I like the 420 bet. It's got a few meanings that I'm quite happy when the bet sizing allows for a 420 bet that doesn't seem silly, either absurdly large or absurdly small. I like to make my bet 420, just cause. So anytime the pot is, or anytime the blinds are like, the big blind is like 100 to 200, you're often going to see bets of 420 from me in that range. And in the early stages of the game, you're often going to see my three bets are going to be up to around 420. We actually have Crazy Papa sitting out on both of our tables, both Dark Matter Nano and Comet Nano. Of course, Crazy Papa, if you've been watching the stream for the past week or so, is very much good to his namesake as a crazy fucker. Does some weird shit with his chips. I wouldn't exactly say he's a bad player, but he's a very loose, aggressive player. He's a little bit, he does it better than a lot of the other players that just go, oh, I've got two pretty cards. Let's put all of our chips in the middle. He's not quite that crazy. But he's not exactly sane either, if that makes any sense. However, sitting out, he's probably, we don't have to worry too much about him. We'll see if he comes back, but oh yeah, it's like one of those days today. We've been able to chip up a couple of times here in the Comet with like grindy sort of play. But in pretty much every spot today so far that we've got our money in a good spot, we've been sucked out on. So that's the way the day's been going. So kind of expect. Alrighty, I was waiting for a hand to be able to do something in the dark matter with, and I may have found it. Oh yes. Oh, yes, I think we can probably get some chips in the middle in this hand. I think we can probably get some chips in the middle in this hand. I think we can probably Hollywood for a few minutes here. Make it think like I have a decision. Make it think, hey, maybe I'm just going to squeeze the pot here. Yeah, you know what? This is like an awesome squeeze spot, isn't it? Let's squeeze the pot, shall we? Let's squeeze the pot. I was about to get very, very, very disgusted there if that had, run out differently. But fortunately, our aces held there. Thank you, Cleeds. Good. Thanks for popping by. Always good to see you, buddy. Always good to see you. Always good to see everybody pop by here. I do have a confession to make. I think we're going to be watching replay ads today because I haven't cut any new ad content, and I'm pretty sure we've gone through everything that I've cut at least once on this stream already. So we're going to go back, way back to the beginning, and I think I'm going to run some of the toy ads again because I really like those toy ads. I think everybody else quite enjoyed those as well. And yeah, they're repeats, but still kind of fun. So we'll do toy ads again today, I think. When the break comes up, of course. So I'm still in last place in the Dark Matter, but that actually gave me a few more chips anyways when we were able to... we're not last anymore. 22 of 23 now. Ooh. That's okay. Like I said, I mean, we got like 40 big blinds now, so it's not like we're in any sort of panic at this point. In the raise, obviously, with a suited ace, especially one as strong as ace-jack. I think with different stack sizes, I'm calling behind on this a lot of the time. But given my stack size, I think my only real move is to 3-bet shove. Or 4-bet shove, I suppose. Blech! Blech! Jesus! Yeah, that's the sort of thing that's been happening to us today. We've been finding good spots, and either we're just coolered, or they fucking get there on us. So, yeah. Alrighty, well, I don't know. We'll see how the day goes, but it's not been going so hot anywhere but the Comet. It's going okay in the Comet, I gotta say. It's not going terrible in the Comet. We're like 4 of 18. We got chips. We're in a scoring spot. We've been playing pretty well. But I have a feeling there's just one of those spots out there waiting for us to cripple us here today, because that just seems to be the way the day's going. We'll keep our eyes open for it. We'll try to avoid stepping in that bear trap, but poker, there's bear traps all around, right? So I've actually got a Run It Up T-shirt that my colleague from my marketing firm brought back from the Run It Up Reno. He was there for doing coverage for PokerStars. Well, actually, I think for them, but he was there doing coverage for it, and so he brought back this hoodie, but I also and a hat, but I also got a T-shirt, which is the Cupcake and a Bear Trap T-shirt, which is, I love the Cupcake and the Bear Trap T-shirt because it is so much poker. It's like ooh, pretty little cupcake there. Ooh, bang! You just get your hand ripped off as you reach in to grab the cupcake. to throw that on for one of the streams. Oh, speaking of which, I have Hustler Honey buttons that came in the mail last week. And I promised Hustler Honey I would wear Hustler Honey buttons on my stream when they came. So I need to do that, don't I? I need to make good on my promises because I'm just that kind of guy. I'm just that kind of guy. So this is her knockout button. Yeah, try to get so it's not reflecting light, but that's her knockout button. Actually, I think this is a really cool idea too that she's done. No, I'm gonna have to chat with her. I have no idea how much they cost her to do, but it's kind of a cool idea. And that's her raid button, which I think is very cool as well. So we are going to let's do these somewhere up above where they're visible on the stream most of the time, because I know that only really my head is usually visible on the stream. Nope, it's still too low. That's okay. I can. There we go. That's better. I mean, it's still not going to be on the stream all the time, but we can certainly wear them. There. Let's do the same thing over here with. Here we go. Hustler Honey swag on the stream. Hey, Mike. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. As always, welcome to the stream. At the moment, the only game we got running is the Comet Nano, because we've been getting our asses kicked and everything else. Busted out of the Dark Matter Nano, blew 2 bullets in the Deep Impact Nano, and got my ass very summarily waxed in the Falling Star Nano. When I flopped trip 9s on a 9 King Queen board, can we guess what the villain had on the 9 King Queen board? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he had the 10 Jack, and we did not pair out to get our full house. So we are finished in the Falling Star. The buttons came. Okay, the story with the buttons are a friend of mine is another streamer from Canada by the name of Hustler Honey. She streams under the name Hustler Honey, and I'll put the link in chat here in a second when this comes through. And she runs a trivia night on Tuesday night. She streams poker. She's got actually a very interesting stream schedule. She plays poker on Thursday nights on the site that she represents, which is, I believe, PCF Poker is, I think, the name of it that she's a sponsored pro for. So she plays poker on stream those nights. On Saturdays, she usually has a guest on and does hand reviews, either her hands or the guest's hands, or as in the case of last week, they were her live hands from her session at Live on the Bike a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, it's a very interesting stream schedule. Then on Tuesdays, she does a trivia night. And I'm crushing her trivia night in her stream. I've won like 2 or 3 nights of it. And the first night we had these buttons were the prizes for winning her trivia night. So I told her that since I won 2 rounds of trivia and got 2 buttons on the first night of her stream, that when they arrived, I would wear them on my stream for her. So here we are, wearing my Hustler Honey buttons on stream. Hustler Honey Knockout, Hustler Honey Raid. So we're currently sitting 5 of 23 in the Comet Nano. We won that one last week, of course, and would love to do that again. Would love to win it again. So that's the story with the buttons. They are a prize for my amazing trivia abilities. So we got 9s and deuces here, ace high. Don't really think there's any reason that Storm Cards has to be on the queen here, or for that matter, on the deuce. So, I mean, I think it could be smaller pairs. I think it still could be ace X's that have decided to turn all this into a bluff. And I think it could be things like 10 Jack that were straight draws that didn't get there. So I think we're check calling this river as well. I mean, 10 Jack is the obvious bluff that hasn't got there. We obviously lose to a queen here a fair bit. We lose to a deuce here less often, but sometimes. But I just don't think we can get away from our pair of nines. Yeah, she's a really sweet girl, really nice lady, pretty good cash poker player. She doesn't do tournament stuff. She's strictly a cash player, so that's one difference between us. I I shouldn't say she doesn't do any tournament. She does the odd tournament, but she's absolutely not a tournament specialist. She's a cash specialist. Um, Definitely worth checking out, and it's definitely not your average poker stream, uh, like mine, for instance, where you come here and you watch somebody grind poker, pretty much all the time. And yeah, we talk about other things as well, but I mean, this stream is pretty much focused on grinding poker. Her stream is poker focused for the most part because she's a professional poker player, and she, um, is a pro for this PCF site. So it is poker focused, but it's a much broader stream. Um, and he just got there with the clubs, of course. But it's a much broader stream. Like I say, with the interviews, with guests and friends, and the trivia nights, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Check her out. Check her out. She'll appreciate the follow. And it's actually, it's turning into a little bit of a fest. I think I was hosting her the other night after I got off of one of my sessions, or after Ian finished one of his sessions or something. And Piano Cat and a couple other people followed me over from wherever we were, and ended up hanging out in her stream for a while as well, and had a lot of fun. So I think that was Thursday night. Yeah, I think that was Thursday night when she was playing poker. Yeah, let's have a look at the schedule. Gonna register a few other things. So we busted the dark matter. We're done with that. I'm not thrilled with the Space Madness bounty because I don't really like the way I prefer to have more in the prize pool. It's a 5-year Falling Star. It's a fairly chunky buy-in for me, but I could potentially do one of those. It's not hugely horrible for me. If I'm going on my 30x as like a high roller buy-in for this, then €5 I'm pretty much right on that. Right on that cusp as €5 being my high roller. But I think we'd probably better off to jump into the Black Hole Nano, which is one that we've enjoyed playing and had some success in. So let's do that one. So dark matter is a big fat goose egg. It's been a pretty goose eggy sort of day so far. Let's see if we can't pull something out as the day goes on. That happens fairly regularly to us, so I'm not too worried about it now, but it hasn't been the most productive day so far. You have to remember that MooBot that doesn't actually show on my my on-stream chat box. It filters out messages from the bot, so Hustler Honey's link did not appear on the stream, which is kind of what I was going for, so that if anybody watches the VOD later, they will see her link appear on my chat box. So I just went over and did it manually. So I just regged in the black hole. That'll be kicking off here in a few minutes after the break. And I might register in the abyss as well, actually, which I believe gets started at the same time. Well, the abyss nano, of course. Yeah, let's do the abyss nano. I don't play that one very often, so let's jump in that one as well. And we do have slots open, so let's jump in the abyss. We'll add 0.60 nano abyss. Alrighty, so we've got the black hole. That will be probably there. And we have the nano abyss, which is actually a 0.60 buy-in now. Yeah, a lot of these nano events have gone up slightly in their buy-in recently. Alrighty, well we've got, oh, break is beginning, so let's head over to do some commercials. We're going to get, we'll do this one more set of random ads, and then we'll go to toy commercials next. So here we go. Enjoy. We'll be back.
What are you drawing, kid?
You see what I'm drawing?
No.
That's a father and a mother and a little boy having Kellogg's cornflakes for breakfast.
Yeah, well, where's the father?
Oh, the father, he's had his cornflakes. He's gone to work.
Yeah, where'd the mother go?
Oh, the mother, she's gone down to the grocery store to get some more Kellogg's cornflakes.
Well, how about the little boy?
You mean this little fella?
Yeah.
This little fella is like all little boys between the ages of 5 and 14. He's out there in the playroom drawing pictures so he can join Kellogg's Junior Ad Makers Guild.
Well,
Yeah.
those Kellogg cornflakes are wonderful.
Well, do you know anyone who doesn't like Kellogg's cornflakes?
Not a solitary soul.
Yeah.
Well, will you tell me one thing?
Yeah.
What about this contest? What is it?
What about it?
Yes.
Hey, Art.
Who's Art?
Art Linkletter. He's going to tell us all about it.
Everybody likes Kellogg's cornflakes. Here are just 3 of my 5 little Linkletters who are Kellogg boosters, and like a lot of other kids all over the country, they're busy writing and drawing their own ideas for ads for Kellogg's cornflakes. Dawn, how you doing over there, huh?
I hope pretty good. At last I can eat all I want, 'cause it's snowing Kellogg's cornflakes.
Sharon, what are you drawing down here?
A great big mountain of cornflakes.
A mountain of cornflakes, and you've got it labeled Mount Kellogg. That's pretty good for a 5-year-old, isn't it? And Diane, I see you want to be a Kellogg's Junior Ad Maker. What are you drawing?
Biggest cornflake in the world.
The biggest cornflake in the world? And you're only 3 years old. I think that's pretty good for 3 little girls, don't you? My 2 boys feel the same way, of course, because everybody likes Kellogg's cornflakes. You know, I think it's pretty wonderful the way the Kellogg's folks have given the kids of our country a chance to express themselves by writing and coloring and drawing their own advertisements for Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Here's an ad that was drawn by a couple of youngsters that appeared in the Saturday Evening Post a couple of weeks ago. You'll be seeing more ads in other national magazines from time to time because Kellogg's invites the kids to draw the ads. And to me, it's the most refreshing advertising that I've seen. Say, why don't you kids get in on the fun and draw an ad showing how everybody likes Kellogg's Corn Flakes? All the rules are on the new Kellogg's Corn Flakes box. And of course, you can use any kind of paper in any size. You can use crayons or watercolors and send it in along with a box top from Kellogg's Corn Flakes to Kellogg's, Battle Creek, Michigan. Every single one of you youngsters who sends in an ad gets one of these swell gold-colored junior ad makers pins. And if Kellogg's uses your ad in a magazine or talks about it on radio or television, you get a $100 defense bond. So hurry and get started right away. And it's really easy because, after all, who do you know that doesn't like Kellogg's Corn Flakes?
Not who do you know, Daddy. It's whom do you know that doesn't like Kellogg's Corn Flakes?
Not a solitary soul, Don. Not a solitary soul.
Hi.
Look who's here. Dad's real boss, Mom. And with a great idea. She's treating him to dinner for a change. So they're off to a fancy restaurant and their very favorite dish. Now, they can't always brush after meals, even though it's best. But Mom has her secret. She makes sure her family uses Gleam. It's the toothpaste for people who can't brush after every meal. You see, the food you eat combines with mouth bacteria, causes both decay and mouth odor. But one Gleam brushing before breakfast destroys most bacteria. Yes, just one morning brushing with Gleam, the only toothpaste with GL70, destroys decay bacteria, and for most people, stops mouth odor all day. Means a sweeter goodnight kiss. So use Gleam. It's the toothpaste for people who can't brush after every meal. Now in tubes and new push-button pack.
Alrighty, we are back. Oh, I don't think I set everything up. I think I've got my title set up, but I don't think I have my tables set up yet. Just give me a second. I'll bring up the Black Hole Nano as our table 2. And the Abyss Nano as our table 3. So we also have the, oops, don't have a title in there. Hang on. We also have the Black Hole Nano. Oh, that's the wrong title as well. How did that all happen? Let's go have a look. Did I not save all this? What do we got? That's better. That's better. Helps if you save. Helps if you save your work. Yeah, Black Hole Nano and the Abyss Nano. In the comet, we put in arrays with a pair of deuces. Got 3-bet by the big blind, so I think we're just going to smooth call behind in position and see what the flop brings. What the flop brings is a big blind who decides that they want to be an idiot. Alrighty. Just 8 players in the abyss. 25 in the black hole so far. Total of 37 so far in the comet. Still got Reg for ages in the comet though, so still more to come there. Hello, Ant-Man. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream again, as usual. Oh, run through real quick. We got the Comet Nano going here, where we've just flopped a very nice-looking flush draw after a limpy pot. So let's put in a bet with that. So we also have the Black Hole Nano, where we've flopped second pair. And we have the Abyss Nano, where we're not even in the pot, so we won't bother with that one. We turned our flush in the Comet, and we put in a bet. Let's go back over there and have a quick look, see if that gets through, see if it gets called. There is possible for a straight flush out there, but of course we don't really think that's happening. He does call us though. Pairs to 6, which means there's a possibility for a full house as well. I don't think we can not value bet our flush though. And we get that through, so that's cool. On the black hole table, we had some weird action where we got min raised on the turn and by top flop there, and so I think we're going to shove our set. Dach. Vach. Vach. That's gross. That's gross. I guess we'll play another. Guess we'll buy another stack there. Guess we'll play one more. That's pretty gross. It's the sort of thing that's been happening to us today, though. I mean, I don't know. Is it too aggressive to shove there when I'm sitting on? I mean, obviously the sets are a possibility, but the way that hand played, where it was limpy pre, I'm not really putting anybody on a pair to have flopped the set. And it's pretty unlikely that anybody else has the 8 there, right? So I don't know. I mean, was I wrong to be so aggressive with the trip 8s there on the river? I mean, I guess maybe I just call him there because when I reshove there, he's probably never calling anything that doesn't. He's probably never calling anything that I beat. And he's calling everything that beats me. So probably maybe from that perspective, the reshove is actually doesn't make any sense. I was looking at the reshove because I assumed that he had a strong enough hand to call me with something like 2 pairs, where he wouldn't have, or maybe even something like a pair of aces or a big pair that has just hit 2 pairs and is no longer worried about some random hand having hit 2 pairs. So I don't know. It was I didn't actually think it through fully, I don't think. So maybe that shove was not what I should have done there. Let me know, guys. Let me know what you think, please. I never have cats, Mike. You're thinking of the wrong stream, buddy. But no, I don't see Piano Cat so far tonight. Haven't seen her around. I did send her a quick little Twitch message, but haven't seen her. I'm not surprised. Yeah, so this is the hand I'm wondering about, actually. So it's flop, top pair, and a draw here. Not the greatest heart draw in the world, but I think we're going to bet for value with our top pair. There's no reason to assume that GG has any sort of heart value on that board. Alrighty, so I'm going to actually run through this replay hand. I'm going to run through this replay hand once again, I think, and just see what people think of it. So I'm in the big blind. Fairly small blinds. It's pretty early in the tournament, so it's pretty weird that all the chips get in the middle with this, but it's sort of the way it happened. So there's a limp from the button, top flop. We get a call from GG, and I just decide to check through to the flop. I mean, I can certainly put in a bet here, but I think it's just bloating the pot a lot of the time. Yeah, I just think it bloats the pot, and I'd rather see a flop and see what happens. So the flop comes with me hitting second pair, and I'm obviously not unhappy with that. But I figure it's also Not something I'm going to go super crazy with, so I just call behind here, and top flop also just calls behind here. So we go to the turn, which is pretty bricky as the 5. It brings in some backdoors, but that's about it. Otherwise it's a pretty bricky sort of card, I think. GG throws in the 90 bet again, and I mean we're not going anywhere with our second pair here. So yeah, so we put in the call, and top flop puts in the raise, and I thought that one was a little weird, and I'm like, okay, there's something here, but he could also be just playing his position, thinking that we're must be fairly weak if he's just betting fairly small here, and I'm just calling behind. So it might be a move, but I probably should have suspected something at that point, I guess. Oh, wait, I'm not even showing you guys this hand. I don't even have this up on screen yet. Hang on, let me go back and start this over again. I'm such a noob. I'm such a stream noob. Here we go. Alrighty, so I'm in the big blind, as I said. I'm in the big blind, and get dealt king 8, and we end up just checking through to the flop where I flop middle pair, as we said. It's a call. And on the bricky turn, we get a bet call min raise. Oh, and I should probably pay more attention to that, and I should probably think about things like flop sets or turn sets. But I should also think about things like 3-4. I should think about things like 6-7 that are now on draws as well. That whose backdoors have come in. I think. I should also think of things like a queen. And hands like that, maybe 2-pair hands like a queen deuce, queen 5, something like that. Which he could easily be, I think, calling from the big blind. They're limping from the big blind, although I wouldn't necessarily limp those. I can see some people would. So everybody decides to call around here, and I don't think that's a terrible. So I mean, at this point, I think that I'm probably not in great shape, but not in terrible shape, and at this point, I think I've probably still got outs here. And then it's probably about the worst card in the world that could come for me with the trip 8s on the river. And again, we just have GG leading out for 90, which is really weird given the turn action, I thought. But I figure I've got trips. I can't really go anywhere at this point. So what am I going to do? I'm just going to call behind. That's when top flop puts in another raise. And I guess at this point I should probably know. I don't think I can ever fold trip 8s here, so I think I'm always calling. But at this point, when I decide to put in the reshove, I think that's probably like an awful move, right? Don't really think at this point there's anything that top flop is betting for value here that I'm beating. And there's no bluffs that he's calling once I've put that shove in. I think so. I honestly think it's this part. It's this reshove at the end that was my problem there. I think the rest of the hand is probably okay to a certain point, but that reshove was not the best thing to do in that spot, I don't think. Let me know if you agree with that analysis, but that's sort of the way I'm looking at that one. Is it was really great right up until I decided to light my stack on fire on the river. Alrighty, so let's have a quick run through of what we're playing at the moment. We have got the the Comet Nano as table 1 at the moment. Not that the table numbers matter to you, they just matter to me to keep it straight in my head. Table 2 is the Black Hole Nano. And table 3 is the Abyss Nano, where we picked up a few chips recently and are now sitting with a pair of kings on the big blind. So that's a fairly fortuitous situation for us, I believe. And we have somebody, we have bunches of people shoving into us. Cool. I'll just snap that off. Oh, gross. Gross. I mean... I mean, honestly, people. You know, if I wasn't recording this shit, nobody would believe me that it actually happens, right? You know, they just try to get me their chips. So let's bring up Pro Poker Labs here. Just have a quick and dirty Pro Poker Tools simulation. Let's just have a quick and dirty run through of that hand. So we got my King Heart, King Diamond. We got Crazy Papa's Ace Spade, Queen Heart. And we got Maze, King at Club, a Queen Club. Now, pre-flop, like a 63-64% favorite over everyone at that point at that table. You know, the two of them together don't even have 40% against me. For both of them to get there against me is pretty fucking rare, I think. So yeah, maybe I should go like buy a reverse lottery ticket or something today, because clearly the odds are stacked against us today, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus. Gotcha, man. Yeah, that sort of makes sense, and I agree with all of your other sort of subtler moves as well that I could have chosen along the way. But yeah, that river reshove was just awful. I mean, you know, sometimes we just lose our heads, right? But I think there's probably enough two-pair combination hands and missed draw hands that I could maybe, or I usually have to call there, I think, with the trip eights. But yeah, I think the raise was just not the right thing to do. So yeah, it's definitely gonna be one of those days in the poker world, I think, for us. We are gonna have our decent plays, and we are gonna have our spots where we do our stupid things like we did over in the black hole. But we're clearly also just getting our ass waxed. Hey, El Dente, good to see you, buddy. No, not playing any cash games, El Dente. Not today, anyways. Just the, I'm pretty much strictly a tournament player. And yeah, man, that was just, yeah. I mean, we're gonna give the dude with the king queen just the nuts on the flop. And then, hey, just for fun, let's just let the other guy get there too on the river. Why not? You know, why not? Just for fun. Alrighty, well, we're putting in all of our chips at this point, I think, with our Jack. I think there's a good chance. I was going to say there's a good chance Crazy Papa pays us off, but guess he decided not to this time. Hold. Of course it doesn't hold. Of course it doesn't hold. Why would it hold? Why would we ever expect a pair to hold in this game? Yeah, I'm not going to play this one again. This is not feeling right for me today. It's clearly we're just, can't even win a race there. And we get dealt. We get dealt jacks with the guy beside us getting dealt ace queen. I mean, we're just getting coolered everywhere. So I don't know. Seems like it's probably just going to be one of those days for us where we where there's just a lot of pain. Just a lot of pain and not much else. Just a lot of pain and not much else. However, we will jump in the Dwarf Star Bounty. Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, that is. I get out of the way with my bottom pair there. Yeah, and it seems like even when we do build a stack, we're just going to get we're just gonna get fucking cooler to lose it anyways. I mean, that's what's happened to the Comet. We were actually first. We were actually in the chip lead in the Comet, and we got coolered by storm cards. So yeah, it's just been pretty gross. Granted, we did to ourselves in one stack in the black hole, but the rest of it's been Mr. Variance kicking us in the nuts. I'm gonna do a delayed on this one. Or just fold to the pot bet because my 8s are obviously dead there. Got ace queen in the Comet. We're going to put in a 3-bet with. Oh my God, seriously? Are you serious? Yeah, I mean, come on, people. Clearly this is not what's supposed to happen when you're playing poker. I mean, how is it always possible that they have just the one better hand than us? How is it always possible that when we have the better hand, they get there against us? How is that always possible to happen in every single tournament every day? Well, throughout the entire session, every tournament, we've seen that happen. Yes, admittedly, once I did it to myself. Once I did it to myself. Every other time, it's been done to us. Yeah, I'll put in a raise with my ace 8. when things are going like this, it's really hard for me to put in raises in spots like this as well, because I'm like, well, I'm just going to lose anyways. Why am I even bothering to put the money on? I'm just gonna miss the flop anyways. So why am I going to bother to put the money in? I can't credibly c-bet because everybody calls me. So nobody's going to actually fold when I c-bet. So it really is, well, I actually got to fold. Shocking. Shocking. It's frustrating when this is happening, though, because it really does make it difficult to play the proper game, because you just know that you're going to get your money in and be sucked out on. Dwarf Stardano hasn't started up yet, but it's going to. We just had our massive hand here counterfeited, and in fact, probably somebody had an 8. I'm shocked that he folded. I was expecting somebody to have an 8 there. Yeah, I suppose. Suppose that's the way to go. I mean, I can see where you are. It just, I don't know. It just seems to me that if I slow down at that point, I'm letting myself be exploited by anybody who wants to bluff that they've got a bigger hand, because the only hand I'm really worried about at that point is Ace King, right? And then the rando 2 pair hands that I can't really do anything about, and I can't really predict where they're going to be. So I don't know. I mean, I guess there's the random 10 in there that hit the straight and all that stuff. But yeah. And it seems to me that I'm going to get value there sometimes from a lot weaker aces. And if I just check back there when he shoves, I'm, in a world of hurt. So the reason that I basically shoved my stack in there is because I'm only worried about a random hand with a 10 in it or Ace King. And I actually thought I'd get called by Ace Jack there sometimes. I get called by smaller aces, like the Ace 3s, stuff like that sometimes. I think. So, I don't know. Even with the straight on the board, I think I get called there sometimes. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I could. My real problem there is that when I check to him on the river, and he throws out a bet, I'm folding my hand there most of the time, I think, right? So that said, I guess shoving does turn my aces into a pair bluff, or into a bluff there, my pair of aces into a bluff. So I sort of get that. But I mean, if I'm playing the game just assuming that he has ace king there, I probably shouldn't even be playing this game, right? Because he can have a lot of other things other than ace king there, I think. Yeah, so you guys might see me play a full dark matter sometime this week. It is a singularity tournament, which I like. So it will be somewhat of a high roller for me if I play it. But it's not exactly outside of my 30x buy-in level. At least not if I think of it as a super high roller that I'm taking a shot at. At 10 euros, it is. I only have 15 of those buy-ins, so it's not something I could fire at a lot. But it's definitely something I could think of as a shot, I suppose. So something I was thinking about, and if I was to snag myself a 10 euro ticket, I might use it on the dark matter. Yeah, I suppose you're right with that. Just give up there. It just feels like I'm giving up too much value, and it feels like I can't assume that he has that straight there is all. And it feels like when I do make those assumptions, I'm just opening myself up to be exploited. So we got Dwarf Star will be starting up here in about 5 minutes. Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. Not sure if I'm going to register anything else or not. It's been hasn't been going great for us today so far, so I'm not sure that I want to necessarily reg anything else, but we'll see how we feel. Ace King beats me, Ace 10 beats me, Ace 9, so Ace King, Ace 10, Ace 9, Ace 8, Ace 7, whereas I beat Ace Jack, Ace Deuce, Ace 3, Ace 4, Ace 5, and Ace 6. I think I beat slightly more aces. No, sorry, hang on. So King, 10, because 10 hit straight, 9, 8, 7, and 6 paired. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So one more ace hand beats me than I lose to. Although I guess I actually also lose to ace 5. So yeah. I suppose you're right. With the 4 cards straight on the board there. That really should have been more of a consideration in my mind. Yeah, you're right. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. think Queen Jack here is probably a raise. Old M's a fairly familiar player to us. We've played against that avatar quite a bit, although I think he probably knows us more as Tangeli than as Card Chick, but not 100% certain of that. That turn would have been a decent turn for us to continue on had it checked to us, but I actually don't think it's one that we're going to call on. We probably would have bet it had it checked to us, but we're not going to call somebody else's bet there, I don't think. Yeah, cool. Glad we didn't call that bet. Hey, Night Shopper, good to see you, man. I just noticed you. Arriving. Didn't see you before. I was too busy being instructed by Ant-Man in my somewhat terrible play, which I now agree with him was a somewhat terrible play. So we flopped the flush draw, third nut flush draw here in the black hole. Definitely not going anywhere. The Dwarf Star Nano Bounty just popped up as well, for the record. So we now have the second nut flush, and I think we're just going to check through. See if somebody wants to fire at this, and we'll fire the river for sure. So the question is here, do I want to raise at this point and try to get value here, or check and hope he bets again on the river? I think we're going to check and hope he bets again on the river. Or, sorry, call and hope he bets again on the river. And we're going to hope he throws out another bet here on the river. Just going to check back on his part. I might get value out of that hand if I raise the turn. But I also think, yeah, hard to say. I mean, he should at least entertain the possibility that I have clubs there when I put in the raise on the turn. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's the right thing. I don't know if leading the river might look more bluffy, and therefore might get him to try to bluff catch with his ace queen. But I actually don't know what I'm credibly repping there as a bluff at that stage when I just fire the river. But the only thing I can be repping there is I don't know how to play poker, and so I'm just throwing a bunch of money and hoping to steal the pot, which is not a terrible thing to rep in these games necessarily all the time. That can actually pay you off sometimes. But alrighty, so as I said, I've been a little bit lax in cutting new ads for you guys, so we're going to go back and rerun some of the batteries not included vintage toy ads, I think, for our next segment. You guys seem to enjoy those when they ran the first time, so and it's been a couple of weeks since we saw them, so at least a week since we saw them, so hopefully you'll enjoy them again. We'll try to find some new ones before the next stream. Crushing the coffee drinking. I'm crushing being crushed on the table so far today. It's been pretty brutal in some spots. Ant-Man has patiently explained to us that in a couple of other spots we've done it to ourselves, and we've sort of patiently explained to ourselves that we've done it to ourselves in at least one spot as well. But we've also got pretty brutalized in a couple of spots. We got in Kings in the Comet 3 ways against Ace Queen and King Queen of clubs. And not only did the flop come all clubs, but the ace came on the river as well. So both of the hands got there against us on that one. When we were over 60% pre-flop against both hands combined to win the pot, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yeah, probably not. No, I was probably talking about a different hand. I am, however, putting in a I'm going to raise with sevens on the black hole table. So I think this is actually a really good c-bet spot for me. Obviously, any of my ace hands got there. But I think that there's not a lot of hands that he wants to continue with on that board either, so. It all depends on your schedule, Ant-Man. Back when I did tech support for the military, it wasn't actually that unusual that my day started at 8 p.m. or so. Usually a little earlier than that, usually 7 p.m., but yeah, I did midnight shifts on and off. Well, we did all the shifts, but yeah, some of them were midnight shifts. They tended to be 12-hour shifts, and they'd run from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So yeah, it wasn't always that. It was pretty common for me in the summer back when I was doing that to have my day start at, well, wake up at like 5:30 or 6 p.m. and hop in the car and drive into work for a 12-hour shift. You guys may have other lives. I have no other life. This is my life. This is me. Getting my ass waxed on the nano tables at Unibet. Sorry, I'm just doing some stuff on the side here. So add a browser source existing micrograph 2. Yeah, there we go. And let's fit that into Alrighty, so let's actually get rid of bankroll graph now. From there, and move this back down into the sidebar. Alrighty. Cool, yeah, so we got a break coming up soon. We're gonna have the gonna rerun some of the batteries not included vintage toy ads in the upcoming break. So enjoy those. Once again, gonna put in the raise with the ace 10 here, I think. I didn't even bother to go back and look at that again, Mike. That is crazy. Yeah, they had every right to get the banhammer. It's pretty that's insane that it's already 5 pages long. That's absurd. All right, I'm going to head off to the break. We'll be back in a few short minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
The Remco Movieland Drive-In Theater is straight ahead. Here it is now, Betty. Today's double feature. Have Gun Will Travel and Heckle and Jekyll. It looks terrific, Jimmy. Drive right in and park. Let me show you how it works. Switch on the projector, turn the film knob, and you'll see 6 exciting still features. Have Gun Will Travel and Heckle and Jekyll. Captain Kangaroo and Dinky Duck. Mighty Mouse and Farmer Alfalfa. Golly, what clear, big pictures. This Remco Movieland Drive-In Theater has everything. 6 complete features. Its own giant screen, projection booth, marquee that changes, ticket window, and 6 beautiful cars. Be the first in your neighborhood to own and operate a Remco Movieland Drive-In Theater. Only $5.98 at your favorite toy store. Remember, every boy wants a Remco toy. And so do girls.
Say, kids, what is it? Up in the sky. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Superman. Yes, sir, kids, a real flying Superman that can be yours. Looks just like Superman himself. He's made of tough blue plastic and has a bright red cape that fits on his shoulders. With your flying Superman, you get a powerful launcher to send him sky high, zooming through space just like Superman does in his adventures. Now, you'll want to be one of the first to have your own flying Superman, so listen carefully, because here's all you do to get yours. Send 1 box top from Kellogg's Corn Flakes and just 10 cents. That's 1 box top and just 10 cents to Flying Superman, Box 330, Battle Creek, Michigan. Or use the handy order blank right on the Kellogg's Corn Flakes package. Get your Flying Superman from Kellogg's now.
Marshal, he just dug up the bank. He's headed for Deadwood.
You'll never get away with this, Slippery Sam.
Marshal.
Uncle Bob is riding Blaze, the fabulous new galloping horse from Mattel. See, his legs actually move just like a real horse. There's no other riding horse anywhere that gallops like Blaze. Now watch this. When you bounce on Blaze, he romps along like a frisky colt. He gallops when you rock back and forth on him, but he's so safe you just can't tip over. Blaze is the safest, strongest horse made.
Okay, Slippery. This is the end of the line.
Almost got away, Marshal, if it weren't for that lightning fast horse of yours. Where'd you get him?
You can get Mattel's Blaze wherever toys are sold.
And just wait till Dad sees how easy it is to set up. Just pop him out of the box, spread the stand, and tighten just one bolt. That's all there is to it. And see how safe and solidly built Blaze is. You can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
Barbie, you're beautiful. You make me feel my Barbie doll is really real. Barbie's small and so petite. Her clothes and figure look so neat. Her dancing outfit rings the bell. At parties she will cast a spell. Purses, hats, and gloves galore. And all the gadgets gals adore.
Barbie dressed for swim and fun is only $3. Her lovely fashions range from $1 to $5. Look for Barbie wherever dolls are sold.
Someday I'm gonna be exactly like you. Till then, know just what I'll do. Barbie, beautiful Barbie. I'll make believe that I am you.
You can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
Alrighty, I'm back. We're playing two games, the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano and the Black Hole Bounty, or the Black Hole Nano. It is not a bounty. We are only one bullet deep. No, sorry, we are 2 bullets deep in the Black Hole. I need to go add that to my... We are 2 bullets deep in the Black Hole because we blew our first bullet with a horrible play on the river. No booties yet in the Dwarf Star. Not much has happened there yet. I've had a few decent hands, but not a whole lot has happened there. So we've got the Dwarf Star Bounty here and also the Black Hole Nano here. Dwarf Star Bounty is Nano as well. Today, I might be playing the Dwarf Star full size at some point since I have a ticket for 25. Still also might play that in the Ice Giant, though, too. We'll see. Not sure yet. Haven't decided. I don't know. It seems weird with that whole Ian thing yesterday. I mean, the guy wasn't hugely abusive. He was just over the top when it came to... I mean, it wasn't like he was abusive to any particular person. He was just over the top when it came to whining about his bad beats. And, well, we all experience that from time to time. You guys hear me whine about it from time to time here on stream. It's also something that if you're going to play poker, you just need to get past, right? And he wasn't getting past it, and he was getting deeper and deeper into it. Under the gun is why I actually folded that ace-10 there. I probably should put in a raise, but yeah, I probably should put in a raise. Never mind, there's no excuse there. Right, and he just wasn't letting up, right? He just kept doubling down on it, and then he started being abusive to Dark Angel, and you don't be abusive to Dark Angel and get away with it. So yeah, and I definitely agree with that. Night Shopper. I do think that people did try to, kind of soothe him down with the sort of typical, poker. You gotta understand that, yeah, when you get it in and they've only got 18%, well, that's 18 times out of 100, and that's actually quite a few times, that life is going to happen. So I don't actually think. I think that by the time Dark Angel did get a little harsh as it went on, but that was only after. I mean, it took her a while to get there. It wasn't like she just jumped in and bit the guy. So yeah, and you're right. There probably are better ways of diffusing the situation than actually happened. And I think it was probably a missed opportunity to potentially bring somebody else into the stream. But he didn't do himself any favors either, is I guess the way I come down. I'm not entirely sure that. I mean, I think it could have been potentially handled better initially from the mods, but I didn't really see initially any hostility from the channel. When I saw hostility starting to happen was 5 and 10 minutes later when he was still going on about it. Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. I mean, it is very easy for situations to escalate. So yeah, it's yeah. Do I think it was handled in the best possible way? No. Do I think that the guy that was booted out did himself any favors or was booted out in a completely unfair way? Also, no. So, yeah, that's where I come down on it. Hello, Piano Cat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to see you've come in from your stray roamings around the neighborhood. Always good to have you curled up beside my keyboard when I play poker. So this is the second hand in a row this dude is to my right has shoved his stack. I folded King, queen there, king, queen suited there, and in the previous hand, I didn't really fold much. It was just a queen 3, but yeah, so. He shoved 9-8 in the previous hand and got there against, when I folded ace 7, he got there against ace jack. So yeah, he's just being a little bit absurd at the moment. Yeah, there's actually, the interesting thing is that with diffuse and defuse, both words actually work for a situation where you're trying to reduce the tension, because in one case you're diffusing a bomb so the bomb doesn't go off, but in the other case it's diffusing things into a solution and making it more averaging things out, making it more calm. So you're not escalating the situation. You're diffusing it. So it can actually work both ways, I think. So that's kind of one of those weird ones where you could actually use either word, and it would probably, you could probably make a case for why it works. It is annoying when everyone just jumps down your throat. But you also sort of have to recognize where you're coming from when that happens as well. You know, I think anyways. Yeah, and I mean, I do think at the end of the day, the final exchange that he had with her was out of line. There's no question. Now, she may have goaded him into getting there, but the final exchange he had with her was completely out of line, I think. Anyways. But I'm a big fan of, I'm not straying and roaming around the neighborhood. I'm back in London and spending the afternoon. Fun. Fun. I wish Canada had a rail system that was any good. Tourists sort of think we have a rail system still, because you can, if you're a tourist to Canada, you can buy lovely tickets on a cross-Canada train trip if you want. It's not actually anything that locals could possibly use for any reasonable thing, unless you happen to live in a few very specific places, don't mind spending a ton of money, and don't mind horrible schedules as well. We have no passenger rail service in Canada, at least not Western Canada anymore. This Eastern Canada is not too bad because the population density is better, but we just don't have the population density to support it out here in Western Canada, and it died years ago. It was subsidized for the government for ages before sort of cars were more common, because it was the only way people got around in many cases. But yeah, at a certain point they just couldn't keep doing it, and it died. So we no longer really have any proper rail system in Western Canada anymore. In fact, I would have to drive 6 hours in one direction or another in order to find a city that I could get onto a passenger train in from where I currently live. What's the point? Would be my question. Yeah, I honestly think you can make an argument for both being acceptable depending on your exact meaning at the time. I think most people probably mean defuse, as in the bomb usage, because I think that the diffuse use would be much more subtle generally and wouldn't occur to most people because most people aren't thinking about chemical solutions and things like that. Yeah, I honestly think both can work. Hey, I can be as pedant as the next guy when it comes to grammar Nazi stuff. Trust me on that. I can hang with the best of them. I can hang with the best of them. Put in raise here with our pair of sixes in the dwarf star, I think. Seems like a reasonable thing to do. See what happens on the flop. We're getting a lot of calls, so it looks like a pretty big pot. Come on, Piano Cat. You should know better than to trust the Google word experts with blind faith. They don't necessarily know everything either. No, I agree with you, actually. I think that defuse is probably the most common usage, and it's probably what most people mean when they say it, and it's probably where the term originated. I'm just making the point that the other usage also works in making a particularly stringent solution less powerful. So in other words, in reducing the tension in a specific situation. I think it's a bit more of a stretch, but I think it can work. But I think you're right. Defuse is almost certainly the correct, quote-unquote, correct usage in that it is where it originated and it is the usage most people mean. Guess I should have called my king 8 there with all the shoves, eh? That Fabco dude is just throwing chips around like crazy. Yeah. Yay! Mobile Wi-Fi device works. So yeah, exactly, like a smell dissipating. So you have a very powerful smell that becomes less powerful through diffusion. Just as you have very powerful emotions that become less powerful through diffusion. So I think it works, frankly. I don't think that's where it originated, but I think it works. The problem with smacking me, Piano Cat, is I'm not sure you know me well enough to know whether I'd enjoy it or not. And while you may still want to smack me whether or not I enjoy it, the reason you're smacking me is going to have a different meaning if I enjoy it versus if I don't enjoy it, right? Because if you're smacking me to punish me and I enjoy it, then you're not punishing me, right? Just say it. Just say it. Yeah. No need to get cross at me, Piano Cat. I'm just being silly. I was actually going to say I'm glad you're back in London, Piano Cat, but you're probably not glad you're back in London because, you know, you probably preferred being back at home. But hopefully you get back there soon. Hopefully you'll get your stuff in London sorted out pretty quick and you'll be able to head back home again. I'm always on Team Cat. And as I said, I agreed that that's almost certainly where it originated, was with the bomb usage. So we'll move on. Yeah, I do think living in London would be very stressful for me. I've enjoyed it the few times that I've been there to visit. I've enjoyed it, that is, when I've ignored how much I have to pay to visit there, because it's an absurdly expensive place to like get hotel rooms and things like that in. But I'm pretty sure all of my vacation experiences there have sort of demonstrated to me that I would just despise having to live there on a daily basis and, you know, commute to work and find housing and all that sort of stuff. I would just not enjoy my life very much. Good God, I'm just folding all my hands that I should be playing there. In that black hole I just folded my ace 6 out of position and would have flopped a full house. Haggis Bluff, hello, welcome to the MotherShip poker stream. Glad to have you here, buddy. Click the follow button if you enjoy it. We play mostly small stakes Unibet tournaments here. I'm moving up in the stakes though. We're building our bankroll up from 0. I have not deposited on Unibet. I started with 0. Started playing free rolls for 2 penny bounties. And that was like 3.5 months ago, 4 months ago, and I'm up to just about 150 euros now. I was over 150 euros as my max bankroll, and I've dropped a little bit below that now. But yeah, so that's what we do here, and we're trying to build a bankroll and eventually free roll our way into one of the Unibet Open live events here this year. So welcome to the stream, my friend. Yeah, I was over watching Hensi for a while earlier this morning while I was doing my work, but I always knew I was going to kick off my stream once I got my work done. So that happened around noon my time today. My Mondays are always kind of busy in the morning because I always have to write the Sunday review for the Canadian Sunday briefing for Poker News Canada, which basically means going through all the big online tournaments from 3 major sites yesterday, looking for big Canadian results and writing about them. So that always takes me a few hours on a Monday morning to sort out. Yeah, I'm fairly new, Haggis Bluff. I've been doing it now for a couple of months, I guess. I think I started in early February. Finally with my stream. I've been doing this Unibet free roll challenge since late November is when I opened my account on here. But I only started streaming the journey sort of early February, I guess. If you're on Twitter and you want to go have a look at my sort of progress as it's gone, you can go over and search for the hashtag Unibet Free Roll Challenge, and you'll find all of my results going back through most of the time I've been doing this. And you can sort of watch my bankroll grow as you do. But you can actually see our bankroll graph there as we've been going. We've had several really good days to help us out, but it's been a pretty steady uptick. We had one fairly major downswing there, as you can see, last week, but we pulled out of that and came back up, and we'll see how it goes. It's always a bit of a bumpy ride when you switch stakes. That's what we're doing right now. We're moving out of the nanos and up into the 1, 2, and 5 euro stake events. So it's always going to be a bit of a bumpy ride there, but we'll see how it goes. But thanks for coming and hanging out. Thanks for coming and hanging out. So it's interesting hand just pulled up on the Dwarf Star Nano table. Sorry, we were already there. Hang on. Oh, right, I just got the wrong. Do I have the wrong titles up? I guess I have the wrong titles up. Alrighty. Okay, so I just have the wrong titles up. Okay, so yeah, interesting hand here on the Dwarf Star Bounty table. I'll fix that title later. I put in a fairly chunky bet after a bunch of limps, and I think we're definitely going to c-bet this sort of flop. Although with 4 people in, there's a good chance that one of them has a king or a queen, so this might not have been the best, but as the raiser, we should be the one that's most likely with the king or the queen, and we're less worried now. It's basically the ace-10, 9-10 that we're concerned about at this point. So I think we're still valuing here, and probably going to Haggis Bluff. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Alrighty, so let me go fix my titles. Why are my titles wrong? So that's there. And the black hole nano, right, is there. So why is Sorry, I'm just a little confused at what's going on with my... Oh, the problem is I've got my labels on the wrong tables. That's why I'm so confused. That's why I'm so confused. God. Alrighty, let's fix that. That will make life way easier for me. For my tiny little brain to help work out. There we go. That's the right name now. That's the right name now. Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Hustler Honey, welcome. Hey, 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 hey. Look, 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 look. Look, 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 look. I got knockout buttons. And I got raid buttons going. Told you I'd wear them. Told you I'd wear them. So good to see you over here as always, Hustler Honey. I've been showing off your swag. Put in a bet here with our pair of deuces. Getting called by everybody, apparently. Never really what you want to see with your pair of deuces. Alrighty, Night Shopper. Good luck to you too, my friend. Good luck to you too. See you at the final table, buddy. So, we get 3-bet by the button. It's a pretty small 3-bet too, so I think when we don't flop our set, we're probably done. We call behind here just because when we flop a set, we can almost always get Pro Rock Stack and probably a bunch of other chips from other players at the same time. But when we don't hit our set, our hand is not in good shape usually. So. Although, yeah, I mean, still think, God, for that many chips, though, I mean, the problem is, am I ever good? I guess now, actually, I'm at least flopped something where I could be good. Or I've at least turned something where I could be, where I have a good draw, anyways. Potentially. I don't think Night Shopper's on the same table as I am at the moment, but raid! I also had was very nice enough to ooh. Oh, hang on. Hang on a sec here. Hang on a sec here. I got to think about this for a second. This is the black hole nano. Got shoved down under the gun. I mean, am I just too nitty in these? Do I need to, I mean, who shoves there, right? It's like, I mean, I guess it's only 25 big blinds, but still. I don't know. Ace Jack suited? Is that? I don't know. That seems like there's a lot of stuff that he's shoving that beats me. But it also seems like a weird shove from under the gun, even for just 25 big blinds, right? I wonder if I can figure out who Night Shopper is in the field here. I have seen some of your names. Nothing's jumping out at me yet. Oh, this is a nice little pot that we've got going here. Is it the one I'm showing you guys on the table? Yes, it is the one I'm showing you guys, too. Amazing. Nice. It's always nice to flop two pair. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's straights and stuff that get there on the turn and river. But I still think I have to value bet this. Got a potential hand developing on the Dwarf Star. We flopped up and down, and we're getting called by guy on the right after we continue the three bluff. Wow, he just fucking snaps us off with ace deuce. I mean, seriously, dude? I mean, seriously? Like that's no pair. How do you just snap us off there? Binkage! Love it. Nice little double up there. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I should have been in that pot. Too gross. I don't know, it felt a little weak to me, but alrighty. That's what I was hoping was going to happen there. That's what I was hoping was going to happen there. Never fold queen 8 off, you're right. So we're obviously not going to take the pressure off here. And this will be a shove. And if he's got a 5, he's just got a 5 and we're done. Yeah, calls us down with ace high again. Gotta love it. Gotta love the dude calling me down with ace high twice in a row. He gets there, he's right the first time, but I shouldn't laugh, but really? Ace high? I don't know. You shouldn't have called me with it the first time, I don't think, frankly, and definitely shouldn't have called me with it the second time. Yep. That's sort of my thought as well. And yeah, for the record, Hustler Honey, if you're looking for somebody to give you good tournament advice, Ant-Man is the man to listen to. He is one of the stronger players that we have in here, and I am constantly asking him for advice on my tournament hands in various spots. So he will definitely help you with your tournament strategy if you're interested in learning more. Oh, we picked up a bounty for that. I didn't even record my bounty there. We got booties. We got booties. We got some booties. We're going to put in a raise with our pair of 10s here as well, I think. So we got to add 0.8 cents to our bankroll. We've actually got money. We're actually making money so far today. Not that we're actually making money, but we're, we've actually got money on the board now at least, which we did not have before. Right, so people apparently seem to like to go against me with ace high. Yep, people like to go against me with ace high apparently on this table. Cool. Nice little two-pair bank here on our big blind special on the Dwarf Star Nano. Very nice hold. Very nice hold. Gotta like it when the guys call you with ace high, though, eh? Yeah, I know, right? And yeah, I think we're about to see somebody else do exactly the same thing, so that's fun as well. Should have raised a little bigger here, I think. This is the tens hand that I'm watching now. Should have raised a little bigger. I only went 3x. I should have gone at least 4x with the limper in there, I think. Not that I think it really matters in this hand, but I think I should probably look for something at least 4x there. There's that too. There's that too. The other one that you might see in our chat, I don't think I've seen him here today yet, is Addy, who's also a pretty strong tournament player and knows his stuff pretty well. Night Chopper's pretty good resource too. So there's actually quite a few players in here that I respect their tournament play quite a bit. So. So our current table is just go back through it again. Is the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano here for 25-cent buy-in freeze out, and we've also got the Black Hole Nano here where we're 2 bullets deep, but we're doing reasonably well. Well, we're doing okay. Yeah, I think we're definitely. I'm pretty sure that the average age on this channel definitely skews Twitch to the high end. I'm gonna guess that I have a much higher average age on this channel than the average channel on Twitch. I'm gonna guess. Of course, when the streamer himself is 52 years old, it definitely helps pump the average up. But yeah, I definitely think my channel is going to skew to the high end of viewership age range, based on what I'm reading in my chat now, especially. I haven't seen anything yet, Hustler Honey. I assume that would be on... I didn't see anything here on Twitch. I haven't seen anything on Twitch from him anyways. But I will watch out for that. That's cool, Mike. That's cool. They're a little bit before my time. I'm a 1966 boy, so I'm a little bit. A good chunk of those toys are slightly before my time, but. So we got 66, 63, and 58 models in the chat. Night Shopper is the youngster in the stream. How old is David? I've heard him say a couple of times on stream, use the phrase, "I'm just an old man." But I look at him and he doesn't look like he's that old. But maybe he's just one of those people that hides his age well. I don't know. Does anybody know how old he actually is? I have no idea. And Night Chopper, if that's what makes you come back, I don't mind. Whatever makes you come back, dude, I'm just happy you come. I'm just happy to have you here. So things are looking pretty desperate for us in the black hole nano. There's still registration left, so it's possible for us to fire another bullet if we decide to, but I think that may not be the best move for us at this point because we're only buying back for like 15 big blinds. If we did. So I think we just need to find a spot and hope for the best. Is I think what's going to have to happen in the black hole. The dwarf star nano so far has looked okay. We're some 32 from the money. There's 15 getting paid in that. We're sitting in 7th spot, but they're still got reg for 38 more minutes. So again, we're still working on that one. So yeah, it's still early days, but we got some possibilities to pull our day out of the crapper because it's been pretty much of a crapper so far today. We've busted several tournaments so far, and basically the only cash we've put in our bank account was the tiny little 9-cent bounty we pulled off the dwarf star there with our friend who liked to call us with ace high. Cool. Yeah, I can certainly read his stuff. That's fine. I actually had you pictured as younger, Mike. I actually had you pictured as somebody like in your 30s or maybe 40s, but like mid 30s kind of thing was sort of what I had pictured in my head for you, Mike. That's sort of what I have in my head for Night Shopper as well. And I've seen Ant-Man's picture. He's got one of those faces that's kind of hard to age, actually. He could be like an older looking 25-year-old, or he could be like a young looking 50-year-old. It's hard to really say. It's David is 39. Okay. That seems about right. That seems about right. Yeah, and clearly David hasn't yet figured out what old actually is, which is fine. That's cool. I remember when I was 39 and I thought I was getting old. I remember that well. Yeah, he should probably know. He'd be good. He'd be a good person to listen to about that, I think. So you're 37, Night Shopper. Yeah, that's about what I was sort of guessing. Oh, okay, so you're 41 then. So you're 41 then. Gotcha. All right, going to send you guys off to a break. Another slew of repeat toy ads from the Batteries Not Included set. We'll be back after these short messages.
Gaylord! Gaylord! Gaylord, you look kind of crazy, move kind of lazy. See what he'll do. Gaylord, when you pull his leash, he'll walkity walk with you.
Gaylord the pup is full of tricks. Watch. Back up, Gaylord. Attaboy. Now climb, Gaylord. Up, up. Now fetch your bone. Got it. Good boy, Gaylord.
Gaylord, you look kind of crazy, move kind of lazy. See what he'll do. Gaylord, when you pull his leash, he'll walkity walk with you.
Gaylord comes with a bone of his own. He's a wonderful toy. He's ideal.
Gaylord, when you pull his leash, he'll walkity walk with you.
What's the greatest jet prop airliner ever designed? Remco's Flying Fox, with real motor-driven jet prop engines. The giant cockpit with dual controls has room in it for 2 kids to control every action of the plane. In the air above the cockpit roars the mighty Flying Fox airliner. The engines are revved up separately from low to high speed. Hear that powerful jet sound get louder and louder as you rev her up. While flying, you retract the landing gear. You yourself make the plane climb, bank, dive, and turn in flight, while cockpit instruments keep you on course. For night flying, switch on the red and green wing lights and blink them. Kids, fly Remco's Flying Fox Jet Prop Airliner for the greatest thrill of your lifetime. Only $14.98. Remember, every boy wants a Remco toy, and so do girls.
Who will be next to launch Man in Space?
Me!
And so can you with Deluxe Man in Space set. You get a rocket launcher, defense base, and 3 different nose cones. Up goes the astronaut to the top of the launcher. The gantry moves in. The space capsule is locked on the mighty Atlas rocket. Blast off! There he goes! Man in space! Enemy bombers approaching. Flash the alert. Open fire.
Deluxe man in space, complete with missile base. With astronaut and satellite, you send them into flight. 3, 2, 1, fire! Deluxe man in space.
Wow, what a toy. Deluxe Man in Space is sold only at food markets.
Here it is, Barbie's Dream House. The wonderful new house for Mattel's famous Barbie doll. It's completely furnished with Barbie's own dressing table, bed, studio couch, TV, and hi-fi. And look, a clothes closet complete with hangers for the Barbie costumes and accessories you buy. And you'll have fun putting the furniture together. Just pop them out, fold them into shape, and there you are. You can arrange the furniture and, of course, rearrange it. A lady's privilege. Barbie's Dream House is a wish come true for both of you. And look, the whole house and everything in it folds up into its own sturdy carrying case. You can take it anywhere. It's perfect for storing Barbie's furniture and costumes. Mother will appreciate that. Look for the genuine Barbie Dream House and furniture, made only by Mattel.
Look who's come to your house to stay. A pal you can play with all day long. She's Patty Playpal, a big doll, big as a 3-year-old, and Patty's real as life. Patty's beautiful hair can be brushed, braided, or put into a ponytail. And Patty Playpal, big as she is light and easy to carry. You can dress her in your own clothes because Patty Playpal is almost your size. She can wear your pajamas and stay overnight, too. Yes, Patty's a wonderful friend. She's just one of the ideal Playpal family. Starting at $12, there's Johnny Playpal, Susie Playpal, and Penny Playpal, too. Meet Patty and all her Playpal family at your favorite store.
She's a wonderful doll. She's ideal.
We're back. We're back, still playing the Black Hole Nano. Still playing the Dwarf Star Nano. Got a nice stack in the Dwarf Star. Don't have a nice stack of the Black Hole. And that's pretty much a summary of where our day is at the moment. Yeah. Put in the raise with my ace 10 suited under the gun on the Dwarf Star table. We'll snap off action from Kalos, I think. Pair of trays. Sold only at food markets. Yeah, it's one of the interesting things that I recall as a kid in North America is the grocery stores used to have a big toy section with them. They don't really anymore. It's just food now. But it used to be like a big toy and clothing section. They were more of a lot of them were more of variety stores than just grocery stores back in the day. I remember going toy shopping at the grocery store quite often. I thought that airliner was quite interesting as sort of the great-great-great-great-great-grandfather of virtual reality or augmented reality video game flight simulator technology. Kind of interesting. We got We got a spot to put our chips in the middle in the black hole, so we are going to take it. Raise and take it. Not the best result there. Not the worst result there. You have a Patty PlayPal mic? I don't know. There's always been something a little creepy about those full-size child dolls to me. Just a little weird. Alrighty then. I would hope she's a little older as well, Mike. That's the only thing I have to say. So we're getting pretty close to the end of registration in these tournaments. The Black Hole Nano registration ends in 4 minutes. And the Dwarf Star Nano, we've still got 24 minutes of late reg in that one, but it's getting close to the end as well. 101 people in that one at this point. And we've just put in a raise, or put in a bet, I should say, with a flopped pair after getting a limpy pot pre-flop. I think we're going to keep betting. He's shown in the past that he's willing to go the distance with an ace high. So I'm pretty happy to keep betting my pair of fives here. Of course, now we've unfortunately he's just gotten there with his ace. I think I still have to bet this. Yeah. I mean, that's just gross. He just calls and calls and calls and then gets there. You know, he's calling the... He's calling the worst hand for that entire run until the river. I mean, I wonder if I save myself money. Given that he just called me there, if I check, he probably checks behind. He probably doesn't bet, which, I mean, he should bet there, I think, if I check. But it looks like he probably doesn't in that spot. Because he's just basically calling. And he's not Crap, we should have called our Jack 9, obviously. Never fold Jack 9. Never fold Jack 9 offsuit, folks. Yeah, we totally binked out this hand. We could have had bounties galore here. Oh well. What are you gonna do? What ya gonna do? Maybe the unlucky had 3-3 there. We'll just pretend that the unlucky had 3-3 there and say we're done. Alrighty, we're putting our chips in the middle. In the black hole once again. Getting a call. We're probably going to be behind, but we're going to at least have outs. We hit outs. Nice. We hit our outs. We got a nice double up. I don't think ace-5 is a call there, frankly. I could be wrong. Ant-Man, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think ace-5 on that hand was a correct call by my opponent. I mean, I'm glad he did it because I got the chips, but oh, let me see here. So it folds around to me with 8-7 in the big blind. Alrighty, let's have a quick look at this replay hand. So I shoved my 8-7 in the big blind for, we're talking 9 big blinds at this point. I mean, honestly, even with the stack that he has, is that a call from the small blind? Ace-5 suited, Ant-Man? What do you think? I'm thinking it's probably not. I'm thinking you're probably going to want to be, I mean, I suppose it is. And I mean, it's not ace-6, ace-7, that's for sure. So I mean, maybe, but I don't know. Let me know. I'm curious if that's should have been a call or not by him. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. I suppose that makes good sense. So we put in the raise here with the ace king. I've also got a hand developing on the other table on the dwarf star. We're calling this off here all the time. Nice. We hold. Gotta like that. Gotta like that. That gives us a bit more. I think we just check back here. I think he's proven he's a calling station, so we're probably not getting any better hands to fold. We might get value from worse hands, but I don't think we're going to often enough to make that a value bet worthwhile against him. You you guys weren't watching that hand I was just describing. We checked it down. Anyways, never mind. So it's not really relevant. It was it was on the dwarf star table where that fellow was calling me down all the time. Just put in a button raise from on the dwarf star, king, queen 10. Unlucky called us. So we turn more equity. And I think given that this is a bounty, he's probably almost certainly got an ace here, so we're behind, and we probably need to hit our jack. But he could also have an 8 or a 5. Our queen and our 10 were live, which is what I thought was the case. So I don't think that was a terrible call. Honestly, I think the 8-7 suited shove there is pretty wide for me. Is a pretty wide part of my range. Yeah, I mean, and I can sort of see where you're at. So would you not have shoved 8-7 in that spot when it comes around to you? I figured that being that it's a suited connector hand, and I only have 9 big blinds, it's a good spot to get my money in the middle. Was I wrong about that? If I am, let me know, because that's a fairly crucial point for me. 8-7's probably the smallest suited connector that I'm gonna really consider ripping with there. I mean, I'm not doing it with like deuce 3, 3-4, 4-5, that sort of thing. Probably not with 5-6 or 6-7 even. So 7-8's probably the smallest one I do that with, but I think that the suited connectors are gonna have enough equity when you get called usually, or maybe I'm wrong there. I don't know. What would be the optimal sort of range for me to think about shoving there? I mean, I know with only 9 big blinds, I should be doing it relatively wide when it folds to me in the button, but Heh. I am back on voice now. Again, so I was muted. I was just basically saying that that range looks good. Yeah, that range looks good, although I would probably not be, I'd probably take the 7-6 suited, 6-5 suited out. I'd probably adjust 9-6 suited to be 9-7 suited plus. We're putting our money in with this ace jack here, I think. And then I might add some crap hands in there, like the deuce 7 type range hands as well, just to sort of mix it up a little bit as well. Although I'm not sure if I should be with that small of a big blind, that small of a blind stack, if I should be throwing in shoves with crap there or not. Picked up a pair of aces on the dwarf star table. Put in a raise with it. We have the backdoor spade. Not so. I think we're not too unhappy with continuing here. But I think this board is wet enough that I think I want to go pretty big with my bet. And we get it through on the c-bet. That's a pretty good result there. When people call me there, there's a lot of times that I'm in pretty bad shape. So, I mean, that's at that point, it's a lot of draws that I get called with, but the turn and the river obviously make that pretty potentially problematic. Hey, you never know. You never know. I could be doing that, Night Shopper. I could be doing that. Oh no, you're not the only one who does that, Hustler. I pretty much every stream, there's at least a 2 or 3 minute period where I've muted my microphone so I can cough or sneeze without blowing you guys' ears out, and then I just forget to unmute it before I come back and start yakking again. So I literally have done it pretty much every stream. It's because I'm trying to be nice to you guys and mute my mic before I cough or sneeze, because so I don't blow your eardrums out. You know, like some other streamers I know who just don't give a crap about your eardrums. I actually care. I actually care about your eardrums. So that's why sometimes it results in my mic being muted. It's just because I care. It's just because I care, people. Oh, well. I think that's a nice flop for us on this table. What do you think, folks? Huh. I mean, how often does it happen where you flop the nuts and then the board pairs on the turn to make your nut hand look that much less nutty? Fortunately, nobody else had a piece of that, but it's just one of those things where, you know, I've got geez, I've got the best hand possible, so why doesn't somebody bet into me? And then the turn comes in pairs, and it's like, oh, geez, well, best hand possible. It just, you know, potentially got pretty bad. And we folded a possible flush again. Put in a raise with ace queen on the black hole nano table from the cutoff. And we're going to bet for value pretty aggressively here, I think. Picked up a pair of queens on the dwarf star that we'll go over to here shortly. I think we're just going to put our chips in. We take that down, so let's go over to the dwarf star bounty again. I've just put in a raise with my queens. I think we're pretty happy with our hand on this flop. And I think we just need to put them in. Nice. Nice. Binkage. Plus a 7-cent bounty. Booties. Booties. We got the booties. We got the booties. We got the booties. Yeah, it wasn't 0.8, it wasn't 0.9, it was 0.8. All right, so plus 0.8 plus 0.07. We're picking up booties and we're picking up chips. Puts us 8 of 37 in the dwarf star. So 17 to go until the money. 20 people getting paid there. Registration is closed, so we are done at 123 total registration there. Regular prize pool of 2091 with 984 in bounties. The black hole also has registration closed now. We are 33 of 52 with 26 places getting paid. 163 total entries in the black hole nano. Yeah, right. I mean, it certainly seems like when you flop the nut flush and the board pairs, like it's like when you got kings in your hand, the ace comes way more often than it should, or it feels like it anyways. I don't know. It's weird. It is weird. Put some chips in with the ace-9. We have to be wary of Chaos up here. He's quite happy to put chips in the middle with ace-high. So we don't want to bluff him, but when we've got a value hand, like we've just flopped top pair with a top kicker, we do want to put chips in the pot because he will call us with nothing. He will call us with ace high. He will call us with a 6. He will call us with a 7. I'm a little bit worried about the fact that Prosto King here is coming along for the ride. I've got no issues about Chaos coming along for the ride, but given what I've seen on this table from him. So there's going to be 8s out there, actually, and that could very well be what Chaos is on. But I don't think for about a 500 we can go anywhere at this point. That said, we're obviously getting out of the way to this one. I mean, I don't believe he actually had the goods there, but it's not like I can call off with a just top kicker there. Huh. Huh. I'm not sure calling off with deuces there is necessarily the right place, but I think I want to make Chaos play for a stack here. I actually don't really want to call, frankly, to be honest. It's sort of a bluff move because I don't necessarily want to play 4s post-flop very often, but I mean, that's the point. I don't really want to play 4s post-flop, so. So we're 15 away from the money in the Dwarf Star Bounty now. I'm sitting in 8th position. Still a ways to go in the black hole. 22 away from the money. I'm not quite in a scoring position there, but I'm not too far off, and I don't have a terrible stack there, so we've still got a good chance. We're like 22 big blinds or something over there, so we still got a good chance. That's a pretty spewy sort of tournament as well, so all sorts of things can happen with bigger stacks in there. Yeah. True, true. True, true. We always remember the pain more than we remember the pleasure, though, right? That's one of the mental roadblocks you got to get over in poker. Is that you got to understand that the human brain is wired to remember the bad things more vividly than the good things, and that's why it seems sometimes like it's only bad things happening to you, when in fact it's exactly the right percentage of bad things happening to you, and it just feels different. Nice, Piano Cat. Good luck with that. Hopefully, we will see you at the final table. There's a few of those in this tournament. It's probably one of the most difficult things to navigate in these nanos is figuring out what those idiot shovers are doing. Because that's the trick. The problem is they're not all idiot shovers. There's a few of them that actually do it with strategic purpose, and those are the dangerous ones. I'm not sure I know Botfather, however. I don't think I recognize that username. Sounds good, Chopper. You and I can be the bread and a piano cat sandwich. Picked up a pair of jacks on the. Oh, that's not the abyss. Wait a second. Oh, that's why. Picked up a pair of jacks on the black hole. And I think we are going to come back over the top for our stack here. I don't really think we have another move. 19 big blinds. Yeah, 3-bet shove is the move we make here. I think. Ah! That's the way our day's been going, folks. That's the way our day's been going. We've been getting our money in good, and then just getting our asses handed to us by worse hands that call us off. So hey, what are you gonna do? I mean, you can only get your money in good in poker. That's all you can do. I don't think that's a spot that I can get away from. I think that's a spot where I've got to take my equity there with the pair of jacks. He's just going to get there. I was all ready for the fist pump too, and just didn't quite work. Didn't quite get there. I mean, I can't really criticize the 8-8 call there. I mean, I think you're probably calling off with most pairs there. I might criticize if it's like deuces or threes or fours that's in there. But I think certainly eights, I'm not criticizing the call. It just sucks when they get there. It's the sort of hand that's good at showdown when everybody checks, and it's never good if somebody bets. Pretty much. Except as a bluff catcher sometimes, but even that, you know, people are going to bluff better clubs than mine. So. This was a set mining operation, and we struck pay dirt, ladies and gentlemen. We mined our set successfully. We hope he just doesn't have hearts. Yeah, the old limp shove strategy. Just watch the brutal hand and the black hole come through the stream 3 minutes later. It's one of the brutalities of Twitch poker is that you always get to relive your pain. 3 minutes later. Of course, that's the good thing about Twitch poker too, is when you have successes, you get to relive your successes 3 minutes later as well. So I mean, it's not a terrible thing, but as I mentioned before, humans remember the bad things more than they remember the good things. So like the worst part of that was that I had like the fake fist bump going there, and it was like, yeah, I mean, it's just like, oh, can't even fist bump. But hey, I mean, that's just tournament poker, right? Oh, interesting. I hadn't noticed until just now. We got moved to a new table, and I thought we had all new people, but this Chaos fellow to my left is the calling station we had up at the top of our previous table, so I have to keep an eye on him. We're now 7 away from cashing here in the Dwarf Star. We've already picked up 15 cents in bounties, so we're already close to cashing. Min cash is 31 cents, so we will be in profit if we get to the cashing spots, which we should do, being 6 of 25 at the moment, with 20 people getting paid. So it shouldn't be too hard for us to ensure that we get paid in this one. Got a ways to go before we actually make a profit, however. We'd pretty much have to win this thing to pull a profit out of today. I think we probably don't have to win it, but we probably have to get second or third at least. Let's see, 259. 259 would not do it for us, I don't think. No, 259 would not do it for us, so we would need to get at least second. 359 would do it for us. Nope, 359 wouldn't do it for us either. We need first. We need to win today. We need to win this to actually make a profit today. Based on our results so far, which have basically been a long series of Mr. Variance coming along, smiling at us, and then kicking us sharply in the nuts. It's been pretty much how our days go. Admittedly, we have invited Mr. Variance over to our table a couple of times ourselves with our play, but we've also he's also very much shown up unannounced and uninvited several times as well. Another table move. Down to 23 players now. 22 maybe. So 3 to go to the money. We're pretty close to the bubble now. We are pretty close to the money bubble now. Pretty close to another break as well. I wonder if this works. Bear with me for a second. This might make my table go a little screwy for a second. Ah, cool. It does work. I thought so. I was just maximizing my table screen on my computer, wondering if it was going to affect the view on OBS, but because of the way I've got it set up, it keeps it the same size. I think I can resize it now as I wish. Yeah, cool. Cool. Right, so down to 22 players remaining, according to our little status bar there, and we still haven't found a new table to go to yet. So we might just sit out waiting for a new table until the bubble bursts. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. I'm guessing there's a long hand going on in another table, and that's why they haven't found us a table to sit at, but yeah, 22 to go. So 2 left until the money. So min cash guarantees us a profit for this tournament, but we have to win this tournament in order to profit for the overall for the day. Good, 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 Ant-Man. Nicely done. We are now hand for hand in the Dwarf Star Bounty. Nano. Seven of 21. With 20 players getting paid. Oh, Piano Cat's on our table now. With her Tapiocan anagram there on the upper right. We also know Florin from recent games and recent streams as well. Bit of an aggro player. And good luck to you too as well, Piano Cat. Just one more person to go until we get into the money. Piano Cat puts in the shove. Nice little collection of chips there. We have got a break coming up, so I'm going to flick you off to the break, go do my business, and we'll be back in a few short minutes.
From Gilbert Autorama comes the excitement and competition of the famous Indianapolis Speedway, featuring the exclusive new Gilbert Flyover Chicane. Watch the stock cars in slow motion. Up and go. Gilbert makes cars rugged enough to take this kind of punishment. And look at the great assortment of Gilbert cars to choose from. The roughest, toughest, most realistic cars on the road. Past the timer, through the lap counter. Now with stock cars up to the Gilbert Flyover Chicane. Only this time, in midair, the cars change lanes. And look, just like that, your Gilbert car track can become a horse race track with these exclusive lively trotters. Get all these Indianapolis Speedway extras separately, and be sure to get your complete Gilbert Autorama layout. Look at Gilbert toys first. They last.
Tracy to kids. Tracy to kids. Come in, kids. Come in, kids. It's here at last, the new Dick Tracy two-way wrist radio that keeps you in constant touch with your buddies. Easy to work. Up antenna, switch on, press talk button, and you broadcast from room to room and even house to house. No wires needed, yet voices travel back and forth. Radio on the open road from one bike to another, or when out hiking.
Dad, I found a bear's cave.
Be right down, son.
The powerful, fully transistorized Dick Tracy two-way wrist radio is a real electronic instrument.
Make sure all the fellows get their A-OK Dick Tracy wrist radio so they can keep in touch. Over and out.
The one and only Dick Tracy wrist radio, wherever American toys are sold.
Into the deepest jungles went Pressman toy makers looking for something new. The secret they brought back for you is incredible. The Pressman Witch Doctor Head Shrinkers Kit. Plastic flesh, mixing cauldron, and petrifying potion. Just pour it into the mold, and in minutes you can add monster hair. Paint it with a coloring kit included, or make up your own decorations. In 24 hours, the heads shrink down. Now, shrunken heads for all occasions. Collect them, swap them, give them to your Witch Doctor friends. You can always cook up more with Pressman's Witch Doctor Head Shrinkers Kit.
Everyone knows that beautiful hair makes a girl look beautiful.
Beautiful Chrissy has beautiful hair that grows.
This is beautiful Chrissy, the doll with beautiful hair that grows right down to her toes. Turn the knob and her hair is shorter. Press her tummy and you can make her hair grow and grow and grow right down to her toes. You'll love to brush it and brush it.
He has beautiful hair. She has beautiful eyes. He has beautiful clothes.
Beautiful Chrissy comes in this beautiful dress. But you can get all these other beautiful clothes for her, too, and style her hair to go with them.
Beautiful Chrissy has beautiful hair that grows.
Beautiful Chrissy. She's ideal.
Look, Remco Coney Island penny machine. Win a prize. Let's go in. And look at the wonderful prizes you can win. I'm going to win a watch for you. A penny in the slot, and look at the prizes go round and round. Bracelets, whistles, harmonicas. This lever moves the bucket from side to side. This lever moves the bucket up and down. Here goes. You've almost got the watch. You've got it. Down the chute and out it comes. You just made it. The timer says finish. Kids, this is a toy you've got to have. Remco's Coney Island penny machine. Only $12.98 at your favorite toy store. It comes complete with a giant bag of wonderful toy prizes. Remember, every boy wants a Remco toy. And so do girls.
I'm back. A little bit late coming back there. But we made her back. We made her back. It is the Buble. You're right. It is the Buble. It is the Michael Bublé. You guys all realize Michael Bublé is Canadian, right? He's one of my people. We're pretty proud of Mr. Bublé. There's a few other Canadian singers we're not quite as proud of, but we're pretty proud of Mr. Bublé. I think my ace high is good here some of the time. I don't think I was getting. He might have been putting me on clubs there. I don't really think I was getting him off of his hand if I bet there. I don't think. I think I'm just getting called by better. So I'm turning my hand into a bluff, basically, I think, at that point, and I don't actually get a lot of better hands to fold, I don't think. So I think just checking there is the way to go. I hope I don't get Ricky Martin on the Michael Bublé. Are you on our table too, Night Shopper? I'm not recognizing any of these names, but then I may not know the name you're using. I'm not sure. Or are you on the other table? I assume you're still in it. I assume you haven't busted yet. I think you would have told us, or maybe I missed that, but... So the small stack's really tiny. It's like 24-14 for the small stack, so they're clearly going to be done here pretty quick. I think some of the toys were definitely better back then, Hustler Honey. I think some of them were a little weird, but there was definitely some interesting toys back then for sure. I have to admit that as someone who sort of grew up straddling the two eras of toys to a certain degree, I'm a lot happier flying my Microsoft Flight Simulator than I am playing with that little jet toy on the pedestal thing up and down. So from that perspective, I like the toys that we have today because there's more realism in the games we have and things like that. But I absolutely agree that you lose something with the tactile and physicality of those toys, I think, and that's something that we have lost a lot of today. Um, One of the differences, and I think actually Lego is a really great example of the difference in toys between then and now. When I was growing up, there wasn't really such a thing as Lego sets. You bought Lego pieces and you took a bunch of pieces home and you built whatever seemed to come to mind with you. And I mean, I guess there was a few sets out there, but sets weren't what people bought, really. It was, the sets were sort of like a special art project thing that the parent would buy and set up as like a display thing in their house, sort of thing at the time. The point of Lego was to give your kid a bunch of bricks and have them build something with them. Nowadays, of course, it's all sets, and there's very little emphasis placed on this just sort of box of bricks, from what I've seen. And I guess there's some value to teaching the kid how to follow instructions and things like that. But part of the point of Lego was the creativity of figuring out what to build, right? At least that's what I thought, anyways. So yeah, I think there is a big difference between the toys and games today tend to lead you down a path and give you an objective to fulfill, rather than giving you a space to be creative in. And I think that's one big difference between what I remember with me growing up and what I see today in the sort of games and toys and activities that kids do growing up. There's a lot less room for creativity and just sort of aimless figuring out what to do with a certain thing or in a certain circumstance or at a certain time or whatever, I guess I'm extolling the value of being bored. There was, it's one of the things about when I was a kid. A lot of what you had to do was figure out how not to be bored. It's pretty hard it's pretty easy not to be bored today, and I think that what that does is it removes a certain amount of creativity from the kid's life because they're not forced to overcome that boredom anymore. Hey, get him us. Good to see you, buddy. Get him on us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. So yeah, I think we lack. It's funny, given we've got all these amazingly creative and expansive video game environments to go play in, but I honestly think we lack creativity in the world today, and especially in how our children are raised. And I think there's absolutely value in humans being bored and being forced to figure out a way not to be bored. That can lead some people to get into trouble, no question, but I'm going to get rid of the Jack 5 here. Don't really think I need to get involved. Unfortunately, it looks like Piano Cat's got, I didn't actually see what happened there, but unfortunately it looks like she got coolered a little bit. Still, JVE001 has 364 chips. And they are sitting out, which means Piano Cat's almost guaranteed to cash because they will be all in. JVE will be all in on the next hand, I'm sure. Oh, no, they just passed the blind, so it's going to be another couple of hands before they're all in. Piano Cat might have been able to last through there. It's hard to say. I'm obviously not calling with my 10 deuce. Nice bank for Piano Cat. Turns the 4, turns the set. Nice bank for Piano Cat. That almost guarantees the cash for Piano, as JVE will absolutely be all in this hand or the next. This hand he's all in the ante. Definitely will be all in the big blind and the small blind as well, no matter what happens with these hands, I think. Well, if he wins the big blind hand, then he won't be all in the small, but he's basically got to survive a whole bunch here. Well, he survived the first one. He's going to be all in the big blind now. Everybody call. Come on, everybody. Jesus, seriously, people? Everybody call. Everybody has to call here. Yeah. And then check, 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 check. Sorry, you guys aren't seeing this, but I'm watching the... Alrighty, we are in the money. We are in the moolah. Put in a raise with my king 10 here. Flop top pair. Never going to be unhappy with that spot. Backdoor hearts as well. Never hurts. Never hurts the cause. Wow. 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 Dirty, dirty, filthy, filthy, but I like it because we were the best hand at pre-flop, and we got sucked out on it, and then we sucked back. So I'm pretty good with that situation, folks. Well, I had to realize when I was talking about this Piano Cat limping into the money, we were already in the money. I wasn't paying attention to the number of people. I didn't realize we'd already lost a hand for hand at that point. So, good game, Piano Cat. Good game. Huh. Lovely. The fucking ace-3 just gets there. Of course the ace-3 just gets there. Why wouldn't the ace-3 just get there against our kings? I mean, it's that sort of day, folks. It's that sort of day. The ace-3 shouldn't even be there. Yeah, I mean, the ace-3 just open shoves over a raise. I mean, for 67 big blinds. Like, I don't get what he's doing there. Hang on a sec here. So just confirm for me, this is just an absolutely horrendous play on his part, if you could, Ant-Man or whoever. I mean, we obviously reshove with our kings here. The queens of Florin obviously calls, but what the hell is he doing shoving ace-3 for 67 big blinds there? I mean, that's just an atrocious move, right? If you know. We're shoving ace-5 for 18, which I think is a much better move. I could be wrong, but we hit the ace and he hits the hearts. So it's just the way poker goes sometimes. Pretty gross. Pretty fucking gross. Well, I guess that's us done for the day. I guess that is us done for the day because it has just been a gross and disgusting day for us, folks. You know, that king's hand was just... You know, I mean, how does he shove there? And I mean, the ace just comes. Of course, that always happens when you've got the kings. But the hell is ace-3 doing shoving there? Right? I mean, it just seems absurd to me that the ace-3 is even in this pot for us to go. Alrighty, well, thanks for hanging out with me again today, ladies and gentlemen. It was not the most successful day. Let me make sure I update my stats before I go off stream. We busted the black hole, and we got another 34 cents for our 14th place finish in the... So... gives us 49 cents in wins today with 470 in buy-in. So, not a very good day on the poker tables, we would have to say. But thank you all for hanging out with me anyways, because it's always fun to have you here, and it makes losing money on the poker tables just a little bit nicer when I'm doing it in front of all you guys. So, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to hang out with Ian tomorrow, I think, on his stream, so I probably won't be streaming here, although if he decides to finish early, I might pop on after that. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I will be back on Wednesday, however, for another edition of MotherShip Poker. We're out. For more vintage poker content from MotherShip Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads-only cut from some of the early streams.